Like I did a sculpture of my, not my cat, but a cat. And then somebody said I really captured their pose, and I was like, thank you. And it can be like the smallest thing. Which is why I encourage all of you to go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time. I like your shirt. Cool hair, dude, you know? Because then hopefully that makes their day a little bit better. You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
I'd pay thousands to suck dick.
Rowdy! It's good. Are you winning, son? Are you winning your Fortnites?
I spent so much on Good. It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
Something crazy like that.
Wait, I did the wrong one. How's Fortnite treating you? Oh, this is loud. That's better. I was practicing with platform mode. What's platform mode? Is that where you build shit? I don't think I've heard that.
The Darkside Chronicles.
4 hours. I'm about halfway through. I think I'm like just over the hump. Oh. Oh, I always forget to do this part. I bet. There we go. And boom. Tight. No, just like parkouring and stuff. Oh, that's cool. Is that not in? No, that was different. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna save up because I want to upgrade this more. Capacity might be good. I was thinking power. Save up for capacity. Oh, sorry about the ad break. There's a test also. Jay says he is sorry that he missed the stream yesterday for the most part. And he was like, where can I get notifications? And I was like, you probably snoozed my Discord, which is fine. I totally get it. I'll be driving and then my phone just goes crazy because my phone goes through my car. Waiting for a little bit though, but I'm here. All right, well, thank you for the lurk. But when I get notifications, the music stops and I hear the Discord thing every time somebody goes live, and I follow like 8 channels, so like they all ding at the same time. I understand the muting. Oh, Chronicles. I don't know why I went to archives. I'm not even reading. I'm just looking at yeah, Game of Oblivion. Yeah, this is the Code Veronica. Do it. Excuse me. Chapter 1, Chapter 2. I don't know how chapters are there. There's like 6, I think. I want to say there's like 6 per game. Alright, sorry, I'm just warming up is all. This is not like... It's no House of the Dead. You're just aiming. It's like Borderline Mouse. Be okay with this, I think. I don't think I need a grenade launcher yet. I got 6 grenades, that's nice. Yeah. Let's go.
That woman. I wonder where she went.
I won't be surprised.
I thought this is where I stopped. Oh shit.
Let's go straight.
Steve, I thought that was a Zambi. Wrong weapon. Oh boy.
Following us or what? Claire, behind you!
I don't have time for this.
There's always time for this. Get back there. Alright. Oh shit. Don't do that, bitch. I don't know what to shoot, because like, you know, like
Wonder what this building
every game like this lets you shoot shit, and then there's like items under it and stuff.
Welcoming party.
It'd be great if you stop shaking the fucking camera. I'm gonna throw up. I love that mansion music in this game, though. That's the stuff. That's the stuff.
Is that woman's house?
Oh shit.
Not sure.
What was that? What was that? What was that?
It's one
It's
hell of a
gold.
house, though.
You like gold? I like buddy.
What was that?
Creepy.
It's a really good recreation. I wonder if they actually rebuilt this, or if like they just literally took the geometry. Hey, what up, Jay? If they took the geometry from the original one, because that was made in 3D. Welcome back, Jay. Long time no see. Alright, I'm warming up. I'm warming up.
Human beings left?
How are we gonna find her with so many of these things coming at us?
Ooh, shotgun. Oh, that's a fucking bowgun. The fuck out of here, bowgun. I hate you. Damn it. I'm trying to get like criticals. You gotta aim not just for the head, but like the forehead, the brain.
Is someone there?
Sesos.
We have to go check.
Do I even have an herb? Let me see. Yeah, I got one. Are you trapped in ads? I wouldn't be surprised. I do think it's better to just get them out of the way when you join, and then you're good for an hour, you know? Oh shit! Lights do break.
That's her.
But yeah, dude, you should go in blind if you want to play it for real, but Dead Rising Extraction, which is the Deadstraction one of these, it's so fucking good.
Died in 19...
Get these nuts out of my way and onto your chin. I don't know why I read that like, get out of my dreams,
You said Alfred.
get
was
into my car.
Feels like we're walking into a trap.
I can't believe we're following the singing voice of a dead woman.
A lot of lore just to pick up.
We can always pretend
Like-
we didn't hear anything.
2 seconds I've been playing this. Got it. See, I'm afraid to like shoot anything and like potentially. Yeah, that was close. Waste ammo. Oh shit! Pick it up! Pick it up! Pick it up! Pick it up! Okay.
What the hell is this?
It's an antique music box.
What's it doing here?
Out of my dreams,
It's
and into my car.
Right about this.
Who sings that? That's the only line I know. Incest twins. If I'm ever like an electronic industrial artist, that'll be my name.
Wait, that boy.
Like Apex Twin, but like
Alfred?
trendy,
Her brother?
catchy, problematic. If you had full creative control over RE9, what type of game would it be? Where would it take place? And who would be the leads? To be honest, I kind of like what they've been doing with like a new lead. But
I think we've seen enough to know that this isn't a good
Rebecca, because I haven't seen that bitch in forever. Honestly?
It's time to go.
RE9 though, because I was thinking like what they could do is give us like a spin-off, like Revelations 3 with like Billy and Sheva or something. You know what I mean? I want like there's characters I miss. I miss Rebecca for sure. Bring that bitch back. And then Sherry's an adult now, so we could probably have like a proper Sherry and Claire reunion, because I don't think we ever got that. Where would it take place? What type of game would it be? Oh man. Do we even know what Rebecca has been up to since RE1? Yeah, she's made a few canonical appearances in the movies. She's in Vendetta, and then she's also in Death Island. Those are canon.
Alfred Ashford, son
Um,
of Alexander.
And dude, I'm not even kidding. I think the stage plays are canon too, and she's one of the characters in one of those.
Was it you?
But I do miss my Becky.
Sent that wretched virus across my island?
So for sure, I would want to include her.
That's got nothing to do with us. Look, we all need to get out of here.
Where would it take place? Hopefully America. Like, I like the globetrotting efforts of like the BSAA and stuff, you know.
She's only just
But
returned to me.
I don't know, maybe like San Francisco or something. Like a cool,
Why would I want
like a city. I want like another outbreak in a city. Billy came back. I want him to team with Rebecca. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. Make them come back.
always did enjoy
What if he like, because he knows who she is. What if he comes out of hiding and he's like,
up with the
Rebecca,
for us to play
found another conspiracy. You know,
I will personally present you with a getaway.
from the other person who made Umbrella, because that seems to be the thing they keep doing.
Ready? Let the game begin.
Oh shit. Wish me luck. Boss fight.
My little rats.
We're sitting ducks just hiding here like this.
Or Billy be a red herring villain and only Rebecca believes him again. yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Or maybe they could flip it in a way. Maybe like Rebecca's blamed or something, like she's working on a cure for one of the viruses, and then all of a sudden an outbreak triggers, and they're like, "Did this bitch do that?" You know, something like that. Flipping would be good. Yeah, I can see that.
Stop it! We need to fire back.
I keep calling her a bitch. I need to put some spec on Rebecca. Also, I just love, I love how she was like a flat out pussy in RE1, but in RE0, she's like solo as a tyrant. That was actually a good hit.
What's the matter, my
I like it. I wouldn't say I love it.
Aren't you having fun?
Oh shit! Sorry, Steve. I almost shot you.
I'm not gonna die here.
Do I have news for you, Steve? It's like the "It's Always Sunny" intro.
You son of a...
I'm not gonna die in here. And the title is "Steve Dies Here." Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop! Hands. Let me see those hands. But yeah, I want like a populated American city. And honestly, it gets a lot of deserved criticism. I'm not defending it, but I do like the potential of the structure of RE3 remake.
I mean, that place.
I mean, inherently the level design is basically, in Resident Evil in general, like a 3D Metroidvania. But there was just something about the city setting where it felt like semi-open world,
Choice here.
you know? I would like something like that.
We either stay here and possibly die, or catch him and find out how to get off this island. It's one or the other.
But then yeah, maybe Billy is onto something. I would say Return to Spencer Mansion, but it got blown up. Yeah, it got blown up.
Now you're talking.
Um,
I'm no rat.
honestly, we've been to a few mansions already. There was this mansion. There's a mansion in Zero, which is different. It's not the Spencer Mansion. Like that's something. More mansions. Okay, you can have a mansion that connects to the city. We'll have another 4-hour prequel or tutorial that opens up.
They were waiting for us. Damn it!
Fucking camera! I want to shoot them.
I can't hear you.
Left. Go back.
I can't hear you. All I hear is the whooshing of the camera.
They could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
We'll be fine.
Something on the left. I know it.
Talking about.
We're gonna fight that fucking worm, aren't we? Hey! Whoa! Got it.
What was that?
And what was the other part of the question? Who would be the leads? Okay, yeah. I would like I said, just more returning characters. I do need more stopping power. Boom. Hold on, sorry. Control, RE9, what type of game would it be? Where would it take place? I'm already kind of on the fence here about something, because I like both styles that they've been doing recently. Like, I really do like the third person, like RE2 remake, but 7 holds a very special place in my heart. I liked that one being first person and immersive. So,
Start charging admission.
8 was a pretty good mix of like horror and action. Like, it's not nearly as scary as 7. I think 7 is by far the scariest entry in the series. But depending on the setting that I want, which is a city personally, there would probably have to be more action. I haven't played 8 yet. 8 is fucking insane. 8 is like a mix between 7 and 4. I think by design. Fuck off! I'm trying to let me shoot your brain. La cabeza. Thanks, babe. Are you gonna play 8 at the end of your marathon? Don't burn out by then. Puta! Pinche puta tu madre! Chúpame pito!
Yeah, I don't want to stay here anyway.
I'm gonna reload everything because I've been switching weapons like a madman. Oh, that was it? Oh. Oh, I could have... Oh, I did no continue, but no damage. B, S. Alright. I got an A? A B plus? What'd I get? 8's pretty good. 8 was actually a lot more, B wrecked. It's a lot more emotional. Like, the immediate story is really cool. And I just like, I like the setting. I like the action, but I was initially disappointed because, like, it was a very deliberate decision. They decided to not make it as scary as 7. They said they felt they made it too scary, and I'm like, pussies. How much did I get? Not enough. 7 is one of the best. 7 is one of the best. I think 7 is the scariest one. Top 3 or 4 best REs. Hey, what are your top 5 REs? In order, if you can. I know RE2 Originals top. I'm gonna guess Remake 1 after that, because that's kind of mine. But they kind of like, it's like fluid. Because I think I think my favorite one is the RE1 remake. If not, it might be 2 then 1. Oh geez, it's hard, man. It's hard. And be subjective, you know? This is your list. I'm gonna wait. I'm one more power. I'm actually really liking the handgun. RE2, remake, RE1. See, those 3? Great. 7 and RE2 remake. Dude, that's actually a fucking stellar list right there. That's actually really damn good. I really want to include Remake 4 on there, but I can't get rid of those. I can't get rid of one of those. I can't do it. You can't make me. But I adore 7. 7 is really damn good. I just remember, like, it was like almost a bait and switch when we saw that trailer. It was like Capcom. I see just a bunch of like Hills Have Eyes-y, kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I see the 7, and I'm like, no. And then Resident Evil loads in, and I was like, no! I haven't played 4 Remake yet. I started to and got to know it. It was too similar to original 4. I probably need to play further to see differences. I mean, there's a lot of differences. I think the tone has had a significant change. The fact it's open world, you have side missions you can do. The drastic changes to mobility. Like, you can move, run, and shoot. Because RE4, the OG one, those are tank controls. Those are still tank controls. It's just a shift in perspective. The camera's behind you. This one, it's like full on like RE2 style, you know, where it's like you move this way, doing your thing, you look that way independently, which I loved. And because of that, the AI of the enemies got a buff. They're way more faster, way more aggressive, and you have more methods of dealing with them. You also have the knife parry system. Oh, I thought that was you. You have the same color as Pokemon Community. I think you should continue it. It's a damn good game. It plays with your expectations in a few ways. It's not as campy, I would say. Like, the first RE4 is corny as shit. This one, I think they tried to take it a little bit more seriously when I stream it. Oh, yeah, I figured.
Hiding anywhere.
If you're serious about this, I'm really excited to see your RE streams. That's literally why I followed you. And you're cool. Move, Steve. I'm trying to shoot past your shoulder.
Quiet. Nobody seems to be here.
Some parts have been expanded on.
It has to be behind this door.
We're knowingly walking into our enemy's trap. I think we should be careful about this.
Open the door, bitch. There's a tremor out here. There's a graboid. How many do I have? 2? 1? Ah, fuck, I did use one. I knew it.
I'm so glad you came. Honestly, I thought you'd back out. You know how it is. A lot of people
And by that, you're referring to yourself,
I probably
right?
shouldn't be shooting the lights. This game's dark as hell. Like, low-key, I could probably boost the gamma or something at least. There are hunters in here. There's hunters in here in the OG, I think. Yeah, dude. I know I'm back on RE, but after talking about it, and it's like, you can finish it in a setting. But, oh, Wildlands? Dude, I just bought that. Or, no, it's in my wishlist. I'm gonna get it tonight when I get paid. I'm trying to find a game to play with Rooster. I think me and Rooster are not gonna play that.
What's this? This thing should be in the Book of World Records.
Angel! It's on sale. Play with me and Paul right now. No. I can't. That's my Steve impression. No, I'll buy it tonight, but I'm gonna try and finish this tonight. What I was gonna say is, after talking about it, I really do want to stream, Dead Space Extraction. The camera's less of a dick. What up, Angel? Ooh! Ah! The fuck away from me! And ah! Ah, fuck! Don't go back for seconds, you cunt. What'd it do? Just fighting for my life against this camera. Like, I didn't know Umbrella's most dangerous experiment was this fucking shaky cam. Geez, mister.
Let's go up.
What are you up to? You playing, Schedule 1?
It's Alfred.
Just look at the laser and he just knows. It's that bitch-ass Alfred.
It's just no fun if you hide. Come on out. I promise not to kill you.
See? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Where that nigga live? There he is. He said, ah! Hell yeah, brother. Right on, brother. It's like a little Pop Goes the Weasel. Oh no, no, whack-a-mole.
What the hell did he just throw?
First, Paul, what's up? How's it going? I'm battling this evil ass camera.
So afraid.
I'm not letting you get away.
Sue it!
Steve, calm down. You need to focus.
I got it.
Oh, got them. Got him. You don't have to tell me, babe. What's it for on me, babe? Claire, you're embarrassing me. Wait, pick up what? Okay, gold. Ah! Bitch. Stay down. Stay down. You're going down. You're going down hard. He dead yet? Goddamn. I don't want to have to use that. Ah!
How many are there?
Oh my god. We good? I saw something over there. I can't reload yet because I'm scared. Okay, got it. Whatever that was. Oh, nerf. Hell yeah. Right on, brother. I promise you, I'm not jacking it. I'm reloading. You have to wiggle this thing.
What the hell is this place?
Even if it was, you'll never know it.
Facility?
This guy definitely needs his head examined.
Oh, there's more down there. Word? Yeah, I gotta wiggle it to reload. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Has problems.
That's for sure.
Hey, what up, Angel?
Don't let him provoke you.
How rude! I was merely trying to be kind.
Hello, Jay. You're not busy. Send me some nudes.
Looks like he thinks
Hey, what up, Jay? Pop, pop. Oh shit.
Son of a bitch! They just keep on coming! Oh, yeah!
Haha. No, no, no.
Here shall protect you from all
Hi, hi, hi. Hey, what up? What up, Devil? How you doing, buddy? Is
right. By the way,
that cucumber or is that pickle? It's like the Kermit thing where he's like, "Hey, I'm here looking for baddies. How about this?" And he just pulls out the little cucumber. Love it. Oh shit, wrong weapon. If you're not busy, want to send me some nudes? Don't tempt him. He'll do it. Fucking love that TikTok. Oh, the Kermit. That's a good one.
It's here again.
Oh, you fucker.
How do you like that, huh? Damn freak! Is that all you got?
I'm out of herbs. I need my herpes. Give me the green. I need some spinach.
More for my little rat.
Not the herbs. When I was a dumb kid, I used to call them herbs. I first heard the word herb in Resident Evil.
This island is messed up. We definitely gotta get out
I also didn't even have to rhyme. I'm like a...
this island Steve?
I got bars.
Nothing. I just can't forgive what's happened.
Who did all this graffiti? This is new. This wasn't an original one. It's all crazy ass Albert. Oh, not Albert. Alfred.
What is this place?
It sure doesn't look like a training field to me.
This is insane.
Insane! Please. War knows
Hey, Wesker should be here too. When I think about it.
the soldiers are trained here to kill, to slaughter.
It's on our nature to kill each other.
Madness,
It's on our nature to kill, kill, kill.
It's your turn, my little lab rats. Of course, if you've had enough, you can end it right here. All you have to do.
All I wanna do is see you turn into a Super Saiyan.
Steve, we'll do what.
Jerry Limit has my spicy link. I do. Got it for blackmail. If it ever pisses me off, I'll just share it online. Oh shit! What up, Bloody? Thank you so much for the raid, my guy. Not the raid, it's the sub. My bad. How you doing, dude?
Just don't leave anything behind.
Do your best. This is new. Ah!
Get it, the guy's crazy.
I'm alright.
Probably up to something real nuts.
What are you up to
Yes,
tonight?
queen. Yes, queen. Yes, queen.
What up, Frenchie?
Yes, queen.
Not gonna lie, that kind of blew my eardrums out. I gotta really adjust these fucking redeem sounds. What up, Frenchie? It's like, it reminds me of, Black Dynamite. Like, God damn it, Frenchie, I don't even gotta look, I know it's you! How you doing tonight? I'm doing pretty alright. I'm trying to beat this. As I said before, the most dangerous enemy to ever be created by Umbrella is this fucking camera. It's like, imagine trying to play a light gun game, but the camera moves like it's Cloverfield. Like, it's actually kind of not too bad right now, but you'll see. Stick around. You'll see the fucking bullshit I have to deal with. Steve, baby, you gotta help me help you. Oof. You'll see. It's not bad right now. Oh shit. Ah! You know what? This is submachine gun time. That accuracy was bad. It doesn't beat me too fast. There's a lot of pressure. Pressure! Right now. The window. This is really epic music.
Which way?
Left or right, guys?
More the same.
Here, first one to answer. Left or right? I'll wait. Left. Okay. Bet. Adi! Frenchie! Motherfucking bloody! Hey, I might see a spooky movie this weekend if you guys are down. I'm thinking like Saturday evening. Do you guys want to see Bring Her Back?
I'm starting to get lost in here.
It's supposed to be a fucked up horror movie. From the guys that did Let Me In? No, what the fuck is that movie called? What's it called with the hand? Fuck. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Damn it.
Let's break. Yeah, if you guys are down, I'll put a group chat invite out.
Make this guy
I'll go see if I'm by myself if I have to. But it looks cool. I heard it's good.
I'm not gonna die. Not here.
And their last movie was great. Talk to Me is one of the more original horror movies I've seen in a long time.
face.
Wait! I'm not that good.
Yellow son of a bitch.
And you're still wiggling the camera a little bit.
How long do we have to put up with this?
Just a little longer. Hush,
God, it makes me sick when I hear you
hush
say
it
my
down on me. Left or right? Sup. Alright, let me take a look at my aim. Oh, I'm at it. Laurentis has been caught by shattered limit. Let's see. Yeah, left or right? Yeah, I'm good with the grenades. No, I'll go right.
Ignore him.
This is really good music, though. Like, I actually really like Code Veronica music. This ain't in that game. This is new.
Wow, he's even more immature than I thought.
Sounds like we're getting to it. All of his victims will be happy to see his miserable face when we make him pay.
No more targets, please. Amanda, please.
Be careful. We don't know what's down there.
Tight. Move, Steve.
No,
You're dead.
he'll be dead soon.
No, you. That's what he said. Ooh, there's something over there. What is that? Goal! Ah! Boom, boom, boom! Fucker. I'm not that good. It's a big ask.
So big.
Oh, those won't break. He's gonna get up. Like, they gotta stop turning their back on. Dude, there's no way I could have reacted to that.
Enough already.
Fuck you, Steve. I don't care. I am trying to get those bonus shits, though. The thing is, I gotta hit them. Like, you gotta go for the forehead, which I like. Like, it's not a headshot like any other video game. You gotta get for the brain. You know? Gray matter. Ah! Stay down. No.
I made it.
That dog.
Suckers. Who's next, huh?
Bitches, who's next?
Hey, is that it?
Is that all you got?
I was hoping for a challenge.
That wasn't easy.
Hey, are you deaf? Come on out.
I'm-
Steve, what's wrong?
This voice actor sounds different. Is this?
I was just warming up. I ain't finished yet.
Does he not sound like Spider-Man? Is this Spider-Man? Is this Yuri Lowenthal?
I'm gonna
No,
lose
it's-
my mind if I stay here any longer.
Probably not. Oh, when he yells, he sounds a lot like Spider-Man. Spidman.
Damn it! Crying out loud! Stop doing that!
Take that. Son of a bitch. Excuse me. Whoa, bullshit! Where'd they come from?
Feel better now?
Shut the fuck up, Steve. First of all, I did that. You didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit, no! God damn it.
There's gotta be something on the other side.
Look on the other, look down there, so I can pick up that thing. Find it. Ah! Oh, nice. Oh, nice! Ah! There's more shit down there. I guess I'm going down there. Ah! That's way too far.
What just happened?
Oh my god. Oh my god! It's your fault I'm missing. Yeah, we're all reloaded. We're good. We're Gucci.
Is this gonna end?
No more zombies, please. I'm full. I guess we're good. Also, how many herbs? Do I have any herbs? No, I have some first aid sprays. At least one. I should have more than one. Oh shit! This is when it's his papa. This is Papa Burnside. I can't!
Leave her alone!
Father!
Let her go!
Ah. Ah. Haha.
He was my father.
What?
He worked for Umbrella.
My papa.
Nobody, just another face in the crowd. He was a rat. A mole. He tried to leak some data, make some quick cash, but they caught him.
I will say, one of the benefits of capturing my gameplay rather than playing on a computer
Took me.
or on console through the Elgato is I can freely click around on my computer without having to like worry about alt-tabbing and...
It was his fault. He was stupid.
He was an idiot. It's my papa.
Let's go.
Melodrama. You the pain and struggle we humans are capable of. But let's not forget the game, shall we? Your next and final challenge awaits within my mansion.
Let's
Wherever you are is where
go.
I'm going. And when I find you, I'm gonna rip you to pieces.
I feel like that might be Larry Ehrenthal.
Splendid. But first,
Whoever voices Ratchet, at least.
the girl and boy destined to be
The Lombax, not the Transformer.
the way.
Girl and boy, what?
First of all, I'm a man. Oh fuck. Oh no, not a boss fight. I suck at these. Shit.
Something coming. And it's big.
Do not come. Do not come. And that's all. I'm gonna come. Ah! Ah! What?
What the hell is that?
This isn't the most comfortable, I will say. Does sound pretty good.
Trying to keep us here.
I said I didn't do that. They're animals, man. I get it. Yeah, you better run.
Where did it go?
You good? Oh shit. Fuck. That's my fault. Stop healing. Oh damn. Stop healing. Charles, stop healing. Uh-oh. Stop it! I can't keep taking those damages.
Where the hell did he train that thing?
It's a good boy. Once again, this is why you clean your foreskin, boys.
It's gone under again. Where is it?
Damn it, give me a break!
Let's unlock it. No, Worm, you can't die yet. You have to eat Enrico. You haven't eaten Enrico yet.
Is it over?
Ya puta!
Yeah, took care of this little pet. What's next?
Fuck off, Steve. How'd I do? Probably not great. I did a lot of healing. A, B, S. Damn. The A. Get abs. Nice. I actually have enough gold to upgrade shit. Okay. Take it. Should I? I have been using the handgun, and it has really helped me out a lot. Like, I don't think I would have been able to do that fucking, Mr. X fight if it wasn't for this fucking thing. Capacity would also be pretty tight. Let's do it. Let's do it. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab another drink. Oh yeah. Next. Honestly, I think this is the best. And I could always switch these when I'm mid-game. But I feel like, you know, submachine gun, shotgun, pistol, and some sort of explosive. I might be able to finish this tonight. Should be able to. It's only been not even an hour. I think we're heading to the base, and actually, I don't know if this part omits Chris or not. And we have to fight that stupid tyrant, so he's probably next.
The girl.
My bet is it's connected to that music box we saw.
We have to go back to that room then.
Let's go.
Claire.
Do we even go to the Arctic base in this?
What?
Oh shit. Dude, I almost shot you. You were just next to me. Steve, no! Come on, Steve. Mama's here. Mama's here, Steve.
Hurry!
What happened back there?
I thought I heard someone. Sorry. Must have been my imagination. Let's get going.
Fucker. I almost had the critical too, but I missed. I shot and I missed. I shot again and I missed. I missed and I shot.
You know, you're cute when you're scared.
Oh, shut up.
Here too?
They're coming out of nowhere.
Damn. Oh, never mind.
Sorry, but you're not my type. Let's make the first move.
Oh shit. God damn it, game. That's bullshit. I hear it. It's behind me. Oh, or not. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do.
This must be it.
Oh, we get to go to that stupid dollhouse. Or it's not stupid. It's just stupid because it scared me when I was a kid.
So, we need to make them meet, right?
Crap. them.
Start over now.
Wait, whoa. Oh. It's cute. I see what they did there. It's like Donkey Kong with bullets. Gross.
Well, that's a complicated way to open a door.
Which means someone really doesn't want anyone to go inside.
Like, I love my sisters, but Alfred really loves his sister. I thought I got him. It's not. Steve, you have a gun too, dude. Oh, nice. I'm talking shit. He uses it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh boy. Oh, never mind.
Great. Now where's it gone? Check that out.
Conservation of resources. No more.
Where do you think this leads?
To whatever secrets they don't want us to discover.
Oh shit, there's gold over there. I want gold! Fuck. Ah. I know you're playing. Oh shit.
But it seems it was a pretense.
I know Jay's playing Ghost Recon right now. But I bet even when he does play this with a mouse, he's still gonna have trouble. I mean, less trouble, but it's still gonna be annoying trying to hit things.
Chris's little sister.
You're nothing more than a coward. Show yourself, damn it!
Nothing but a bitch!
He mentioned my brother's name.
Show yourself, pussy. Does he always have that belt buckle? Ugh. I got a Megan Thee Stallion zombie. Just it goes, ah. Let me get my bonus, fucker. I swear to God, if you get up, don't you dare get up. Don't you do it. Don't you. Tried to warn him. Tried to warn him. He just wouldn't listen.
I swear, if he was the one who attacked the island.
Let's deal with that later. Right now, we need to focus on how to get off this island.
Ooh, that's what they sound like. I'm kind of into it.
It's creepy. I know Alfred is here, somewhere.
Someone should fire their interior.
I have those tricks to hold me down. Ah! Block a hand, cheater. Got shot in the dick. Shot in the dick. Oh, that's gonna break, I know. I know it's breakable when I hear it. Look left. God damn it. Ooh-wee.
Zombie, 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 zombie. It's like a damn video game.
What are you doing, game? Trying to be meta? Trying to get meta on me, boy? I guess it won't break. I just kept hearing like the... Ah! Fuck.
Let's just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, he can like web zip up here. Yep, see? Told you.
There's another one. Stay focused.
Dude, handgun best gun? Handgun best gun? Gotta keep upgrading this thing. This is where it's at. Damn it, I see a bomb on him. That's what I was trying to shoot.
It's Veronica. The Veronica virus. I can't remember anymore. My head is ready to explode. Alexia.
Oh, nice. This is when they say the line. Say the line, Bart. Say the line.
Don't be so hard on yourself, brother. We can still have much fun playing our game.
What if they say it in here?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, she is alive after all. I knew something was wrong.
Let's finish this.
Maybe fucking Alfred. Damn game.
Where'd they go?
Must shoot everything.
Nobody's here?
Don't know where the secrets are. And this is how you get monies. I think I neglected to do in the beginning of the game.
There's
I guess they're not all
probably a
breakable.
message in here somewhere.
Maybe. Let's look for one.
Do I have to actually look for it, or are they gonna look for it? Gotti. More? Oh.
I guess we just keep shooting until we find it.
Yeah, working on it.
There has to be something.
Can I look around? The lamp? There isn't really much else to shoot, guys.
Look, it's glowing.
Right, sure. Oh!
A ladder. I got it. He's up there.
This place is full of toys. Why would he need these?
They're action figures. They're collectibles, okay?
What is this room for?
Collectibles are hot right now. You wanna see fights break out at Target over Pokemon cards?
This doesn't look like a study to me. It's just a toy room.
Isn't he too old for toys?
They're action figures! And they're collectible, okay?
That's far enough.
Hey, bitch!
So, we finally meet, Claire Redfield. I am Alexia Ashford, and on behalf of my brother, I will now say goodbye.
Bye. See you later. You don't have to kill me. Where's she at?
This is where you two are going to die.
Waiting on you, bitch.
You're going to regret this.
No, you.
Arrogant bitch!
Your
Out here!
wig is showing.
Prepare for your demise.
Fuck off. Give me a health bar so I know I'm doing stuff. I need that feedback. I'm a modern gamer.
I'll make
You gotta put this on games journalist mode for me.
no one disrespects my dear brother.
Like we give a shit!
Gotcha ass. Say the line, Bart. I don't think they're gonna say it. They're not gonna say it.
Shit!
That's fair.
A wig.
Oh, say the line, Bart.
So Alfred was playing two roles all by himself.
He couldn't bear the fact that his sister was dead.
Oh, I'm not gonna say it. Darn. How'd I do? 15 minutes, really? That's it? Babs. Never saw that movie. I think, what was it? Halle Berry? I think she was in Babs. I just want to keep upgrading the power. This thing fucks. Capacity would be good. Yeah. Let me save. Honestly, I should have been focusing on the handgun. Let's go back to the main menu real quick. I want to see how much more of this shit I got. Archives, Chronicles. On chapter 5. Okay, we almost out here, which means I think we're gonna fight that tyrant or Albert, then we're gonna fight Alexia, the T-Alexia. Sitting crisscross over here like an idiot. In my 30s, my knees can't take it. Ow, my knees.
When we reach the airport.
Oh no,
Dare you destroy
they're broken.
But you did remind me of one very important thing. I no longer need these toys.
What now?
The self-destruct system has been activated.
I like how in, I think it might have been this one too, but for sure RE1 and 2, and I think 3. The computer has like that Star Trek computer voice. It's like 10 minutes until self-destruction. You know what I'm talking about? Like that weird, like specifically like 60s and 70s computer voice.
Yeah.
Hey guys, y'all came to say goodbye?
We don't have time for jokes.
Claire, there's always time for jokes. Especially since I suspect he's voiced by Spider-Man. God damn it, Jay, I haven't got a look, I know it's you! Ah! I always love that countdown. Stress-induced voice. Oh, I love that countdown stress-inducing voice. Yeah, it's a good one. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like, you ever watch like a 70s superhero cartoon or whatever, and there was like a doomsday computer with like AI on it? It always sounds like that. Doomsday virus has been uploaded. Pick up what? Pick up what? Pick up what? Okay. Fuck, 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 fuck! Sweet, I was actually just thinking, I was like, I'm pretty low on shotgun ammo.
You guys too. All right.
Bitch! Should have been a critical.
Joke's over. Clear, that way.
I just want to make their heads pop. Is that too much to fucking ask for? How many herbs do I got? One? One herb left. No, stay down. Ah, wait. It's not fair. You puta. Let me reload. Yes. Okay. Yes. Gang. Sorry.
This is mine.
You gonna die? Yeah, probably. Aren't we all? Oh, what the fuck? How's Rainbow Six, or not Rainbow Six, is that loud for you guys too? Is that too loud? Not at all? Okay, good. Okay. Thank you for telling me, Angel. Appreciate you. Can't get to work because Ubisoft has started and their dumb launcher is ruining everything. Yeah, dude, I saw you launch it like 8 times. I was like, are they having trouble? Is he modding it? What's happening? Right in the butt, 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 right in the butt. Don't get up. Don't do it. Don't hit my butt. Stop hitting my butt. I'm gonna do something I should have done a long time ago. I'm gonna kill the president of the United States. What? What? Where you going, String Bean? Where you going, you fat piece of shit? You Timberline looking motherfucker? He's breaking my butt! Stop breaking my butt! Don't break my butt! That's like a god tier level fucking skit, dude. I love it. Fucking love it. Yeah, it's so good. It's like, why is Kids You Know is amazing. No, I didn't do that. Oh, well, that worked, I guess. And I got some money. That was worth it. One of my favorite lines I keep saying in Jay's stream is, suck my presidential cock, bitch! On the way looking over here, the play's on stage. Hey, acting! We're on the play 5 minutes. That fat piece of shit was talking. Oh, never mind. Down the bottle. Oh my god, Hamlet, it's a fucking vampire! Listen to the woman, John! Calm down, just calm down! That's like top 3 of their skits.
Wait, there's something down there.
There's that one.
I can't see anything from here.
The old glory hole is goated.
Too risky to go down?
I like the
We have no choice.
Strictly Business and Slow Jerk. Man, they're all good. I miss that show. Rest in peace, Trevor Moore. Oh shit, no, there's ammo over there.
I knew they'd be waiting for us.
God damn it, game.
This way.
I can't see shit. Stop shaking the fucking camera. John, calm down. You dead? Hurry up and die. Hurry up and die. Bitch.
We did it.
No, I hear another one. Can't lie to me. You're gaslighting me.
You guys were waiting for this whole time? Sweet.
What do you think we're doing, dummy?
Pathetic.
Congratulations.
Weak.
You've acted
Pathetic.
strong.
White. Nice.
A doll.
We don't have time to play with dolls. The airport's this way.
Are you sure?
Trust me.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh shit!
Shit. They're one of his foot soldiers.
No more timings, please. Fuck. Bitch! Stop it!
Run!
Couldn't agree more.
Now get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here!
That's one hell of a move.
He's so tight!
Aim for his head, that's his weak spot.
When did you learn that?
About 500 zombies ago.
Not zombie. Ah!
I didn't think we could actually defeat him.
Don't let your guard down.
Oops, I didn't mean to press that. I tried to see if I have an herb. But no, I don't.
We're running out of time. Let's hurry. This is our way off this island.
Wait, something is wrong here.
We don't have time. Let's go.
I guess we do go to Antarctica.
I knew you would lead me to the truth.
Ah, Chris. I found your sister, Chris.
Okay, now we get the hell off this damn island.
Chris, do you ever think of me?
We're finally free.
Chris, have you ever had second thoughts about us?
What the hell's going on?
Chris, remember when I repaired that doll for you? Remember when I became slightly British for some reason, Chris?
Thanks to you, my plan is now back on track. Though you've taken my plane.
Chris, if we were the last two people on the planet, would I have a chance?
What was that?
Something is stuck to the pontoon.
I'll go back to the cargo room and take a look. What is this?
I miss you, Chris. Fuck.
That's cheating.
Ah! Oh my god, camera. I'm gonna fucking throw up. Oh, look at this bullshit. There's literally nothing I can do. I hope I have more. There's only one per level. Let's see. I have more. I could. Fuck you! I had like 3 of those saved up. Excuse me. Oh, it's empty. That explains a lot.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What do we do now?
If we use this, it'll push them both out.
That's it.
I can't keep up with the camera. I'm doing my best. No, twice, just like in the OG. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna get my fucking Magnum. I'm gonna whip out Magnum, dog.
Go down.
I pressed B! Oh shit, I wasted bullets! Just kill me, you motherfucker.
We're cornered.
You suck. Fuck you, dude! You see what I have to deal with? Oh my god. It's always the tyrants too. Even in the original one. Like Umbrella Chronicles, remember those 2 tyrants? I was stuck there for like 2 hours. That shit was fucking annoying. Hope you're having fun. I am for the most part. I am when I'm not fighting big heads like this character. Nice. Snake. Snake. Snake!
I'm proud of you, you know that.
Oh, thanks,
I
Adi.
hope you do.
It was like Vin Diesel when he's like, "Welcome to Brazil." Remember that part? Upper not having fun. Balance restored. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
I needed that.
What do we do now? That's it. Top bastard.
You know what? Wait. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oh, you know what? What up, Paul? How you doing?
Now's our chance. Push him off.
It sucks you guys can't get, she's lying, she's not proud of you. Jay, I will kill you. It sucks that you guys couldn't get the game to work.
He's coming. We're cornered. Hurry! We can't beat him.
Oh, turns out I just have to cheese, explosives.
Look out! At this range, blow ourselves up.
We have no choice.
Let's do it.
Shoot the loss.
I heard.
Shut the fuck up. Just push it. We just add a little oomph. Shoot him.
Adios, sucker!
Nice.
Hey, fireworks! That's a plus.
Let's go back to the cockpit.
He said cock. I did terrible. No. S, B, B, C. No, I got like a C or something, didn't I? B? For bullshit. Time to troll like it's 2007. Oh, you start calling me slurs? Do it. Let the hate flow through you. Max! That's fair. What are you guys up to now that you can't play Ghost Recon? Actually, no, you go here. You go that way, and I'll go home. Oh, nice. We have another boss fight coming up, too.
The seaplane carrying Steve and Claire began
Z-plane.
an emergency landing at an unknown facility, a forgotten site. It was just yet another.
Did you guys ever see that stupid Fantasy Island horror movie?
Are you alright?
No way. Yeah, I went to go see that because it was like it's actually during COVID, and we have a drive-in theater around here, and I just wanted to go out, you know?
It's south.
It was the only theater that was open, and it was paired with that and the first Purge, I want to say. It's another spooky. I think it was the first Purge.
This doesn't look like a tropical island.
She's actually one of the better Purge movies.
I don't think
The urban one.
What is this place? Doesn't look like anyone's been around for a while.
Another one of Umbrella's facilities? We need to find a way out of here before we freeze to death.
Right. Wait.
Great. Zombies are popping out everywhere these days, huh?
Crazy bastards!
Wait, I'm not done! Don't just pull me out. Alright, Steve, you got this. Loser. It's weird because they treat it like a prequel to the show, right? The Fantasy Island movie. Like, Tattoo has an origin story. And get this, you want to know why he's called Tattoo? Because he has a tattoo.
Let's go inside.
Oh!
I hope it's something good for a change.
Yeah, me too.
Ladies first. We should be careful.
He's not a little dude anymore.
You hear that?
Uh-huh. I don't think it's the welcoming party.
Not everything needs to be Shakespeare. I'm sure somebody likes it. If they wanted to make a bad movie, it's their right.
It's too dark.
Do you want to go back?
Remember this area? There's like the mailroom or some shit.
It's a dead end.
Can we get down there?
Let's find out. We can't go through here. It's locked.
No more hunters. I'm tired of them. Now stay down! Fucker.
There's another one!
Bitch!
We should hurry.
How about the helmets? It's already hard enough to get your forehead. But I want to see Bring Her Back this weekend. I'm gonna try and see that. Oh nice, I got a scyther. Oh wait. Looks like my stomach when I'm hungry.
Go check.
Steve.
Well, It's not the wind, that's for sure. It's okay. I'm right here by your side.
Yeah, my knight in shining armor, huh?
What the fuck?
They're parasitic.
No way! Have any herbs? Yeah, I do.
This thing, it's just gross.
It's fucking sick, man! Oh shit, hang on. Sorry. Audie just DM'd me. LOL. I'm not proud of. I'm not proud of him at all. He sucks shit at Resident Evil. Audie, how dare you? Really cut me deep just now. I'm hurt. Hey, this is the moth hallway. Dang. You have my back, Audie. Is that true?
No. Wait.
Hey, what up, Boo?
Wait.
How you doing? Is that true? She DM'd me to say Joey sucks a fat dick at all video games. Dang, Audie. This is how you feel?
What is this stuff?
Looks like a nest.
This is not good.
How dare you?
What is this thing?
Give me some stuff. Give me herb, yeah, hell yeah. Right on, brother. Uh-oh.
I think it's time to get some answers.
Let's see. It's like a lion. What is that? Oh, is it Nosferatu? That motherfucker? I think it's Nosferatu. I actually forgot about him. Not the one from the memes. You must bounce on it. You going to be playing the new Elden Ring game? No, I haven't played any Souls games. And I haven't played Elden Ring. Are you? Did you get it?
Great. Let's just get out of here.
I know some people that are pretty excited. One of my friends, Steve, he's really looking forward to it. He's a big Elden Ring fan. Paul and I are thinking about getting it, but we need a third to play with. Oh shit! Play with them. They'll play it. Wait, Jay, why are you getting it? Didn't you hate Elden Ring?
Claire, look at this.
Alexander Ashford.
Yeah, I'll be streaming in the morning. Nice. Jay will be sleeping in the morning.
What the hell is going on?
Actually, I suppose that depends on where you're at.
This place is definitely an umbrella facility.
No, I like Elden Ring. I just think Dark Souls is better. Oh. Reload! Tomorrow's gonna be a fairly easy day for me. Fridays are always pretty chill. Unless there's like a fire at work, which, you know, those always can happen. But, yeah, Woo, I'll definitely check your stream if you're streaming it. Yeah, East Pacific time. Hey, what time is it for you right now? Right now it's 10:30 for me. And it might be 10:30 for Jay too. Or 11:30. Damn. It's 1:30. Okay, so you're 3 hours ahead.
Claire, look up. This is the room we saw earlier.
This looks like where they sort baggage.
It's the zombie noises for me. Okay, so your mornings could be like his afternoon, depending on what time you stream, so that might work out.
Looks like someone's too shy to come out.
Jay, what are you thinking? Kingdom Hearts 2 or the Elden Ring game with Woo? Did you say you're gonna wake up at, like, try to wake up early tomorrow?
Where's it hiding?
I'll still be streaming Kingdom Hearts 2. Nightmare. Night Rain is off stream for me. Oh, okay. Give me the money. Give me the money. It's up there. This is really good lighting for a Wii game. Bitch.
Not so tough after all, huh?
Stay sharp.
Okay.
Man, I should have just been shooting other shit. I'm getting like a lot of money just by doing that. Money. 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 Something over there. Does he have a barcode tattoo? I actually never noticed that. Uh-oh.
Wait.
Stay down.
Let's go around them.
Okay.
I wish I could like shoot their helmet off now, so I have to like get 2 criticals on them to get a kill, you know? Six, 15, and oh, a lot of submachine gun ammo. I should upgrade the submachine gun too. That's just like borderline useless now. I saw something.
Are we outside? It's colder here.
Tight, 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 tight.
There's an echo.
What's this for?
It's locked.
Locked.
Look, there's another one.
Another one. Damn, dude. Even walking forward, I'm having a hard time hitting anything. Just like the general wibble wobble of this. It's insane. Like I know what they're going for. They're trying to immerse me, but I'm playing the role of somebody who can't fucking aim. They're getting real meta on me. What are you saying? Ah! Puta!
I'm surprised you made it this far. Screw you, you crazy bastard!
I'm pretty sure that's your Lorenthal. When I go pee after this level, I'm gonna go check.
This ends
now! Again! Again! Like, I can hear it. He sounds like him.
You've reached the end of the maze, my little rats.
Oh, there he is.
One more.
We have to put an end to this.
Okay, alright.
You like that, didn't you? Claire, to your left.
Honestly, if he was smart, he'd be shooting while we're taking cover from that. If I was smart, I would have waited to take more damage before I just used that herb.
I need to figure out his moves. We need to move somewhere else. We can't fight him here. Now. Yes. It's getting very soon. The crane. Shoot it.
Kidding me? Fucking goober. Wow! Or, I was trying to do the Sonic. The wow! I can't do that. That's very hard to do. Whoa.
What?
The Queen.
The Queen's awakening. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me check Urban Dictionary.
That was insane.
He said, the Queen's awakening.
That doesn't sound.
It says it's slang for a cooter.
Okay.
Checkpoint.
Alfred must have come this way.
I need health. Somebody give me an herb now. I need some weed stat. This reminds me of RE2. Watch it be like the same map, just different textures. And there's no door right there.
The screaming stopped.
Maybe he finally got tired of chasing us?
I hope so.
Hell yeah, brother. It's locked.
This is it.
Oh, I need herbs. He's gonna get up. He's gonna get up. Oh shit. Yup. Yes! I need it! Oh, fuck, another boss fight already? With Nosferatu? This is where we fight Nosferatu, I think. I wonder if I fight Steve. How long is this Code Veronica bit? This is like legit, not even half the game. Good movie.
We need to find whatever Alfred used to get here. Let's keep looking.
Which movie?
A snowmobile! That's our way out of here!
Let's go.
I'm just talking. I couldn't tell you what I said 20 seconds ago. Yep. Hold on, wait. I need my cheese weapon. I need my cheese weapon. Maybe don't waste it. Joey, wait for the health bar.
Let's get out of here.
That's on me. Oh, that was a waste too.
Maybe he likes being tied up.
I attacked him, you bitch. It's like Voldo from Soul Calibur, but with like iron spider tentacles. The legs, what do you want to call those? That's bullshit. I got him though. I think I relied too much on that. And look what it got me. All right. I'm dead. I'm dead.
We need to find whatever Alfred used.
We need dinosaur power. No. Okay, I still have that. All right, cool, cool, cool. And oh, cheese bits. I'll use a shoddy. And tag him.
To get here, let's keep looking.
Look! A snowmobile! That's our way out of here!
Let's go.
Wish I could skip these instead of having to wait. Like, just start me off at the boss game. What are you doing?
Isn't that?
It's the guy we saw on the road!
How did he get free?
I don't think he wanted to be left alone anymore!
I can see its heart.
It's gone.
I'm trying.
Let's get out of here.
No, I guess just like normal RE, you gotta save the big guns for the bosses. Fuck! I was reloading! I didn't realize I had to... What? Yeah.
I think he could have gotten out a long time ago if he tried.
Maybe he likes being tied up.
Certified free! Oh, I'm reloading, no! Alright, I'll learn. Bastard. Damn. Maybe I have to do damage while he's holding it? Yeah, I can't shoot that. Alright. Oh, I think I did, actually. Or not. Okay. I was like, I'm trying, guys. This camera this is not good. Say what?
Yes. Now we can't go down that way.
Probably for the best.
Claire, you like to swing?
Excuse me?
Jeez.
Cut that wire.
Okay, I'll shoot the joint.
Oh my god! Fucking stop with the camera. Or is this over here? Okay.
Good job. Let's have some fun.
I'm gonna have me some fun. I'm gonna have me some fun.
Can he still be alive? That's it. Come on.
No, wait.
Now. Keep shooting.
How are we swinging and reloading at the same time? I wasted it. Soiled it. Oh shit. No! I think okay. All right. Well, now I know a little bit more about what to do. What? I'm gonna go pee. Be right back. I'm sorry. Love you guys.
There's only 2 days for retirement.
I agree with all city improvement plans.
I agree with Jay. Take that shirt off. Give me some money. Give me money, I'll take my shirt off.
Finally,
I did. You did. You did. But that wasn't on the table at the time. You're just being a good friend.
You lose everything you worked for your entire life. But I don't have to tell you what that's like. It really makes me wonder.
That good enough for you?
Time you spent in that
My shirt's
bar
off.
been a burden to you.
We're taking a quick break. I ain't taking a break for shit. Alright, my shirt's off. I didn't hear any of that. I was too busy fucking stripping for you guys. Somebody clip that.
Okay, alright. Yeah, right. Hello, there got my face. Crumpets. These are scones.
How many are there?
Well, I'm American. It's biscuits!
It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
Something crazy like that.
anything repaired or even a simple bypass, and I'm your man.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
I have the recessive genes.
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dead.
Blah, blah, nigga. Alright, let's go. Don't touch me. Oh, fuck. What? What? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You saw nothing. I meant to.
And we're back. Be back. Back, baby.
Like I did a sculpture.
I'll get him this time. This motherfucker. Bitch!
We need to find whatever Alfred used to get here. Keep looking.
Look! A snowmobile! That's our way out of here!
Let's go!
Skip it. Oh, also, let me check my loadout. Do I have to do this every time? I do. Honestly? Yes. And... actually? The Magnum wasn't really helping because I have to be really precise, and the camera is extra wobbly here. Wobbles McGee! Let's see. S.t.a.r.s. Oh shit. Oh. I just want to finish this tonight. That's my fault. I hit him, you liar. You're gaslighting me. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I just need to stick to the fucking handgun. Oh, I was also using the bitch. Stop swaying the camera! Oh my god. This is the worst camera in video game history.
Maybe he likes being tied up.
He's doing different shit. I don't remember him doing that last time. Like, he jumped, but not after that attack, I don't think. Did he? Because that's what I did last time. Can I just force a restart from last checkpoint? No? Alright. I'm gonna hit this button. Nope, same one. Shit! Oh man, I did like press minus. I was pressing the C button the whole entire time. I'll get you this time, gadget. Or Claw said next time. Alright, well, if not this time, definitely next time. He'll rue the day! Son of a bitch.
Claire, like to swing?
Excuse me?
Cut that wire.
Hey, shoot the joint.
Good job. Let's have some fun.
Gonna have me some fun.
He'll still be alive. That's it. Grab on.
No, wait.
Now. Keep shooting. Now, jump.
Oh, wait! It's time to finish you off!
Cool. I guess we don't play as Chris in the t-veronica section here. I thought we did.
Yeah, it's all right now. Claire, let's go. It's time to get out of here once and
And then
for
this is where we get taken away by the hentai monsters. Big hentai tentacles. Bleh. Bleh. Bleh.
Forgive me, Alexia. I thought I could finish them alone. Awaken from your slumber and bring forth the great Veronica.
One button? Damn. Imagine like the cleaning lady picking it up and triggering it by accident. You know? That place isn't dirty. I know he ain't cleaning it. It's a big ass base. Hey yo! Yeah, this is where we get hentai'd.
the key's in it.
Chotomate! Iku! Nani? Donde ska? Ne? Donde bayo? S bullshit. See, that's about right. S, shut up. S, shut up. I got an A. What? Well, I guess it did okay, except for that fucking boss. $16,000, not bad, not bad. I should probably upgrade the power. Oh yeah, the machine gun. Think I should do it? I think I should do it. What else we got in here though? Magnum. Magnum's perfect. It's fine. Bowgun sucks. It's too late to start putting anything into that. Fuck you, Magnum. Shotgun maybe. Shotgun can use a little buff, but let's just blow everything I have on the power of the submachine gun. That's a B, baby. Dead Wolf, what do you mean quit sucking? I got an A. I got an A that time. And I upgraded my submachine gun. What? 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 Do better? I'm doing my best. What are you up to, man? How you doing? But better. Oh, yeah. How you doing, Suicide Squad? He does exactly what I do, but better. Dude, have you seen the Peacemaker show? It's pretty good. I'm pretty stoked for season 2 coming out. And it's supposed to actually take place in this new, like, DC universe. Like, the way I think James Gunn is handling the canon is like working and grinding on Digimon. Oh, nice. Honestly, I should be working and grinding on this. Just repeating levels off stream so I can get more gold so I can buy shit. But yeah, the way James Gunn is treating the new canon, it's like everything is like, it's a loose continuation of the previous universe. Where I think he said explicitly, consider it separate until they reference things. Like, I should be grinding these nuts on your chin. That's actually a pretty good one. I feel like Walter White. You got me. Hey, dude, I think James Gunn is fucking up. In what way? I mean, we haven't seen Superman yet. Well, we have to give it a chance. Oh, I see what you mean. To totally be a fresh start. I agree. I think it's like a weird way to like continue actors that I think that they like. Like, I'm pretty sure Harley Quinn's probably gonna show up with the same bitch. You know, you got Peacemaker moving over. I get it though. I get it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think time will tell. You know, it could work. We don't have to give it a chance. It's on him to prove it's good. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, everything he's done so far has been great. The Suicide Squad is one of the best DC movies we've ever gotten. Peacemaker's great, you know. So that's what I'm saying. I'm cautiously optimistic. It's certainly better than the things we've been getting from, you know. And I trust Gunn. My trust in Gunn, because I like his movies. So we'll see. I just don't want him to gun up everything, you know. Like, because he has a certain style that I don't think would fit for Batman, you know? So we just have to wait and see. That's all. Leave it to Jay to come in and hate. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was just setting a weapon. I hate what I'm hearing about Superman so far. I think he's a bad choice of Superman in the first place, but I'd love to be wrong. I think he's fine. I think the only thing is like his eyes are kind of far apart. But other than that, I mean, I liked what I saw of him in the trailer. Like, you're not a Superman fan to begin with, so you getting the Elder Ring? Yeah, I think he's getting it tonight, maybe. But I've read. I mean, James Gunn's a bad choice of Superman. We'll see. I like what I saw in the trailer. Oh, you like everything? Yeah, I get it. But I've read Superman comics, and that's the spirit of it, you know? I mean, at least you got the tone right. You are a bad choice as Superman. No, thinking about it, but I heard it's only fun with a team of friends. Can you solo that? I thought it was multiplayer only. Hey, Deadwolf, if you're looking for somebody to play it with, I know, you know Steve? Steve's looking for people to play. Can we playing 100%? Nice.
Newfound position in the government. I eventually discovered his location. I would have contacted his sister, but she was a ghost herself. So I turned my search over to Claire then, and eventually learned of her confinement on Rockford Island. I shared this information with Chris, and he asked me to arrange a rescue mission before he set off on his own to find her.
Gibbley.
Claire.
Gibble? Gibble. Claire? They should get the face model that they got for Chris in the games to play him in the games. I've seen every movie James Gunn has ever made. I'm a fan. Nothing he has ever made is at all like Superman, because it's sync style, heavy on comedy, and kind of messy in a good way. Either he makes a movie outside of his own style, or he makes Superman shitty.
Claire, we can talk about this later.
I mean, people have branched off into other genres and been successful. He's handled superhero movies before, you know. I think he can scale back the comedy, but we'll see. We'll see. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. We don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic.
My name. I thought you were dead.
Your heart is with the Sith. You're full of doubt.
15 years to become one with the Veronica virus.
Well, I hear you. He does have a distinct style.
I still have some experiments to perform.
He does. You're not wrong about that.
Your friend awaits you in the Colosseum. You don't want to be late. Hey, stop!
Fucker. To be fair, The Suicide Squad is literally the only good movie from the entire DCU. Well, oh yeah. Well, we only have one movie in the DCU. You're talking about the DCEU, which the Suicide Squad, I think it's retconned, right? Isn't it retconned to be in the new one? Whatever. Yeah, I know. Actually, Jay? I've seen enough hints on there where this is going.
Looks like this place is infested.
Oh God!
Stay calm. We'll pick them up one at a time. Don't worry. I know you can do this.
Shit! Oh. That's a big ass jump. Holy shit.
Hurry! I'm worried about Steve.
Who's gonna tell her? Oh shit.
Wow. You're kidding me.
What's wrong?
I'm gonna jump these nuts on your chin. Promise?
These guys gotta hire a new decorator.
What do you mean?
This palace.
Going to be a gay pedo to your chin.
City.
Hell yeah, brother.
I still know my way around.
Hey, what up, bloody? Maybe lurking shoddy, I'm sleepy. I think it's the first time on stream you said sleepy instead of eepy, but alright, thank you for the lurk. Hope you have a great evening. Justice says you suck. Shattered! Body! Jay! Oh shit! Well, good night and good morning, good looking.
Must be another one of the crazy research projects.
I'm getting real sick of all this.
What's up, Cracker? You guys still playing that Beast Wars game? Whatever that was called? Do I really have to kill every fucking roach? Just go, guys. Goddamn.
We don't have much time.
Bloody bastard, do not redeem. Wait, what? Bastard, do not redeem. I don't know what you're talking about. Bloody bastard. No, I haven't, but I want to. Steel Hunters, yeah, that one. They look cool.
Let's go.
Like, it's not quite my tempo, but it looks fun to play. If they had an offline mode, like a campaign, definitely. Oh, the 420 redeem Jay loves. Actually, I think that should be the one that that doesn't have a cooldown. Okay, next stream. Because the audio ones are fine. The audio ones can't freeze up on my screen. Chris! Chris! Oh shit. Steve! The best character from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. No!
She injected me with something. I think it's the Veronica virus.
He looks at it and he's like, this is cum.
Test me. See if I'll obey her orders. Claire, she wants me to kill you.
Steve.
I won't.
Oh, Bloody, I don't know if you heard me. Same for you, Deadwolf. And same for you, Jay. Drive over. Tomorrow at some point, probably in the evening, I'm gonna see, Give Her Back, that new horror movie from the, Talk to Me guys. Raka Raka. I don't know their actual names. I just know them as the Raka Raka. But it looks really good. Theaters? Yeah, theaters. Oh shit. What the fuck, game?
I came here.
Theaters, theaters, theaters. I love this one.
Just finish my milk.
Dude, I love that show, man. JT Crowd was epic. I wish I had a basement. I'll let you know what time. You said after 6, ideally, Bloody, if you're even interested.
Claire, we gotta make a run for it.
No!
Claire, we're not gonna give up. Right now we've got no choice.
All right.
I'm gonna pass this time. Okay, okay.
Get upstairs before he catches up. You got one hell of a jump.
Fucker. Gonna chill and play some games? Nice. That's what I should be doing. I actually, remember I took off PTO this week? I spent all of it, like, running errands and helping people out. Like, I didn't really get a day to myself. And, I feel it. Like, I need that recharge, you know? I'll pass these next time to your shit. God damn it, dude. What the fuck do you want me to do, game? Also, hold on. Cheese it. It's sucking. Oh. Fuck, man. I think you're right. La la la. La la la. La 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 la. Ah. Ya puta. Oh shit. Dead! Dude, that was like 3 stories and he just fucking shrugged it off. Oh, damn. Not the hentai monsters, no! Anything but the hentai. Wait. Let him cook, let him cook. Steve, no! Oh yeah, Jay, we should bring Steve back.
Hold on. We're gonna get you.
If you're still there.
I'm not gonna make
Blood only watches movies with people good at Resident Evil rail shooters. Steve okay?
the virus is in me.
Steve's just fine, dear. Steve's just fine.
There's no turning back.
Your sub Pop Hartos did.
Coming with us.
Claire,
Steve. I always knew you were a dickhead. Now you're veiny like one too.
Steve.
Nah. You've got some bad fent. Oh man. Did you guys see that video of that cop? I guess he stole some fent and he was using it. Like he was using drugs, I guess was laced with fent. And then they find him in a fucking bathroom. His partner finds him in the bathroom. Like You know, like when some bandits die in Skyrim and they start just bend backwards on like their knees? They found him like that. It was crazy. They Narcammed him and they think he's fine now. I doubt he's a cop. But drugs are bad, kids.
We'll need to get to the control room first.
I like drugs though. I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. That was totally overkill. I'm using a grenade launcher on roaches. But not Fent. Yeah, Fent's no good. No bueno. I'll take the cocaine, hold the fentanyl.
Though I guess sometimes a worker ant will turn on his queen. Chris, are you okay? Oh, that's right.
You can hold these nuts on your chin. Man, you're on a roll right now.
It really wasn't much fun. He couldn't even wake me up on time.
Beside a dick.
I've released him of all his responsibilities.
That's funny.
You think everyone in this world is here to serve you, don't you? Serve me?
Alison Court's the best Claire voice.
I think everyone else is here to serve my experiments.
You know, as far as Resident Evil bosses go, I've seen worse. Oh shit. Oh, ah! Fuck! Stop moving the fucking camera! Shoot her titty, shoot her titty, shoot her titty! Oh shit! Look at my health! You bitch! You get cheese! Nice, she got jiggle physics. Huh. Yatta!
How dare you? I think you've gone too far this time.
We done yet? Are we done yet?
Thanks to you, Veronica's angry, which makes me stronger.
Resident Evil is literally anime now.
That can only mean that Code Veronica.
It's like the Fast and Furious of horror franchises.
The year is 1983, and I am afraid that my only daughter has become obsessed with the Veronica virus. She has even got to the point of experimenting on her own body. My daughter dreams of unleashing this thing into the world. This last step is the only way I can think of to help her. Whether you are on Umbrella's side or not, please help her.
Yeah, I got you. Fuck.
Even though it was he who created my brother and I.
Even though.
Miserable old man.
Got real ugly. Hold on, let's boop. And ooh, actually. Boop. And too far to use a shotgun. And I'm about to die, god damn it. You bitch! Oh shit, I didn't see that! No, I didn't see the fire coming at me. I thought she was doing shit in the back over there. It's her penis. Holy shit, what am I supposed to do here?
She's regenerating.
Stop regenerating. They never do. Oh, that's bad actually. It's real bad. Let's get it. Gotta quit sucking. Bitch, she's got like 8 fucking little things flailing at me. Like, which one do I shoot to counter? Dick. Taps head. Man, I was so drunk. Yeah, I was so drunk it took like a year of you just going dick to be like, what the fuck's he talking about? And then like the memory slowly unlocked. Because you never told me. Do I have? I do have. Let's, good times. Yeah, that was actually a really fun trip. You know what happened? I was trying to keep up with Kevin. Because Kevin would, like, every time Kevin would get a beer, we would get a beer. And we bar hopped a lot, like, all day. So I was fucking trashed by the end of the night, dude. Sure, where? Am I doing this right? That was a good trip. Also, I think that's my... No, that was like my 3rd time in San Francisco. I see it. I see now. I get it now. I'm doing awful right now. Oh, it's empty. Fuck! Okay, hold on. Shotgun, I guess. And let's move you back over Dale. That's, yeah, that's the grenade launcher. I have some rocket launcher ammo. Let me switch that. Uh-oh, uh-oh, no! Stop reloading. I don't know. I'm already shooting her in the face. Like you'd think, giggity. You'd think like an automatic gun shouldn't really need to be as timed as something semi-automatic, you know? I gotta shoot the little penis. I'll shoot your penis, lady. What the fuck do you want me to shoot, you whore? Oh my god. Oh god damn it. I wasted that. Oh, wrong button. Shit. I am almost out of everything. Stop it! Oh shit, wrong button. Give me an herb. Give me some goddamn herb. Okay. Stop it.
We can jump to it from here.
Yeah, do it. Is it like equipped yet? Okay. Can't die yet. Did I win? Am I winning, son? Looks like it hurt. Yeah, the bitch is dead. Wait, is she not dead yet? No more! God damn it.
She's still alive?
We need to move. We can't get her from here.
This game is pissing me off right now. Oh, already? Fuck. I missed. I'm dead. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dead. Oh, is that an herb? What is that? What is that? What is that? No. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
This should do it.
You bitch! I quick to click. Oh man, I'm so dead. Now? Do I do it now? Now? Fuck. That was my chance right there. That was it. That was it. I'm still here. They still here? Dad? You in that water? Dad? Nice. Do I have to do all that over again? You like start me off at the checkpoint? Or no? It is lame. Wow. Dad, Joey. Look, do you see this fucking camera here? I'm surprised I'm hitting anything, okay? Oh, nice. It did have a checkpoint. Nice. Look at this bullshit. House of the Dead doesn't move like this. Dad. Fuck her up! I'm afraid to shoot. Fuck! You bitch! You fat old bitch! No. Alright. I fucked up. Victory! You could quit sucking. Well, I did! Or don't, cause it feels good on your chin. Oh, nice, nice.
You're right. Let's hurry.
Steve's dead, dummy.
Standing for much longer.
Yeah. What's going on? Where's Steve?
Where's that bitch?
He's been taken.
A s.t.a.r.s knife.
He's been tooken.
But this one looks different from yours.
Wesker.
Pretty sure I know who it belongs to.
Chris, look.
Star you?
Yeah.
Yes. They're supposed to fight. Even though I think tonally, like in this story, this kind of works better. We don't need Wesker boss fights. This is like him operating in the shadows of the plot of this. That's kind of cool enough for me. That works for me. Man, I'll play for one more hour. I think I can finish it. Aliens.
He secured Steve.
Bear pack. All right.
Had been infected and was able to extract the virus, leading to its reappearance in South America. The virus continues to grow, altering.
You got this. I got this.
Strengthening perpetually until the day comes when it can be destroyed.
Probably doesn't. Yo, Jay, I fucking had it with your attitude right now. Go to your room. I gotta see. Oh, B. B for bitch ass Jay. What are you up to, man? Since you can't play, wait, why can't you play, Ghost Recon Wildlands? You said it was like the launcher? Is it like a bug? Is it a Linux thing? I don't know. Fair. Let's do shotgun capacity. Yeah. Or power. Yeah, let's do power. That works. I wish the bowgun wasn't a complete piece of shit.
I believe Manuela is infected with the Veronica virus, which means it could spread throughout this land. But why would Javier infect his own daughter? And how can she maintain her human form? How does she sustain it without transforming into something horrific, like Steve?
Leon! Leon!
Krauser, you're not a bad guy yet.
You okay?
I'm alright.
Not really.
Yeah, next time I'll redo. I'll remove the cooldown on that.
We need to find Javier. The water's risen.
They're gonna get up. They always get up. That's not how reflections work. Video game modder. Fuck you, Krauser. I already get it from them. I don't need it from you too.
Better be careful. I can't believe Manuela's Javier's
Nice.
daughter. It wasn't in the report. Maybe she was from one of his mistresses. Regardless, she must really hate her father if she came through all this just to get away from him. Well, we can ask her when we find her. Javier is the one we're after, not his daughter. Remember? Yeah, you're right.
Take that, motherfucker. You string bean. Tell me loud looking motherfucker.
We're somewhere near the dam entrance, right? Yeah. This looks familiar.
Bitch. Look how kind of cute you are. Die.
Well, I hope you got a good memory, because I've got no clue where we are. Only one way to find out. Let's do this. That's what I want to hear.
Let's didgeridoo this.
Here we go again.
Here it goes, here it goes, here it goes again. Here it goes again. I should have known, should have known, should have known again.
Stay sharp.
Anything but the fucking bowgun. Oh shit. It was just Krauser. Sorry, buddy. Good thing your muscles can deflect bullets.
Let's go around the other way.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's one of those things. They're fast. Too fast. Too furious. Motherfucker. Oh shit. Nice, nice, nice. Wait, wait.
Let's check it out.
Is this a chimera from 1? What are they? Fucker. Oh shit. That's not good. Ah, shit. I need an herb. Give me the green. Go right.
Let's go this way.
You go that way. I'll go home. Camera, oh my god, stop shaking. Oh boy. Yes, no. There's an herb to the right. I'm alive. Are we already here?
About time, too. Yeah, no shit. Right here. Go! Go!
Ugly looking bats too. Give me more herbs. I already need more.
Must mean Javier doesn't want us to find whatever it is he's hiding. Sounds like it's flooded in there. We'll need to cut the water off first. There There's gotta be a valve around here somewhere.
Could be behind all the zombies they're about to get up. Hey, hey, man. Oh, oh shit. All right, Manuela, how you doing?
I thought that something might have happened to you.
She's infected.
It's your father's fault. I'm just glad that
You're not with Javier?
I ran away.
Do I have a healing spray? Okay, I do.
Manuela, did he do something to you?
I don't know. Change over organs with infected ones. Some shit like that.
The valves over there.
Valves. They're broken.
This must be it. I think this is stop the water.
Got it.
Manuela, behind you!
Help me.
Shit, I think I shot her.
I'll take out the zombies. Manuela, you go shut the valve.
This is the last one.
Looks like he found us.
Oh shit. The fuck is that? Oh, what is that? Abort!
It's still not open.
Why won't it open?
Alright,
Out of time here. It's open.
let's go.
Hurry.
Look out! It's so fast.
Bitch! Bad.
Manuela, stay close.
All right.
What the hell is that? This place.
Hey, it looks like that thing from the relic kinda. Tight. Not as tight. This is a really good looking Wii game.
It'd be nice if we could finish this up before nightfall, huh?
This will take us to the top of the dam.
There really isn't any good looking Wii games. They all suck, lol. Sure. Okay, this is really good for a Wii game. Does that work better for you? I mean, also, it's not an HD console. This is like, what, 420 is the max it'll spit out? Or 4, did I say 420? I meant 480. Oh, I thought you were Jay. Man, you guys having red text really fucks me up. Oh, he's dead?
Another one?
Yeah. Do you ever have that happen to you? Where it's like you're reading chat and like all the reds mess with you? What the fuck? Jay's a copycat. Yeah, you were first. You were first, I think. I don't think you started streaming until 2 years ago. We was weak as fuck even at launch, couldn't even do HD. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not an HD console. 480p is the max.
Manuela, let me ask you something before we find your father. Why
Are you infected? Mine makes sense. Yeah, bloody Kotex, it does. I also love your logo.
Why did Javier infect you with the Veronica virus? And what did he mean by too late?
You know, I shouldn't even be standing here. Given the
There it is. There it is. That's the stuff. Ew!
I was injected with it as part of my treatment.
Treatment?
It wasn't my fault. My doctor diagnosed
Hey, welcome back, Double.
the same disease my mother had. He told me there was no chance of recovery. And all we could find out was that only people living in this area contracted it.
That did it.
It killed my mother. But somehow
Another flashback? Oh. I did terribly. Terrible. Oh. Oh, what? This is gaslighting me. Oh, okay. Sab. Blah 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 blah. 3,000? Oh man, I can't upgrade shit with that. Nearly 6. I'll be right back. Be right back. Be right back.
Let's see. Camera's not big enough, buddy. I'll need an upgrade. It does create even more backtracking. You can come for the price of $6.99. I mean, why can't I come and then get paid? Grandfather clock basically broke it and stopped ticking me all together. Is this not the one? LMAO. I mean, look at me. I'm already a content creator, you know what I'm saying? Not a good one, but I dip my toe in. And I could dip something else in, if you know what I'm saying. Let's give Tofu a shout out.
I agree with all city improvement plans.
I agree with Jay. Take that shirt off. Give me some money. Give me money, I'll take my shirt off.
Finally,
I did. You did. But that wasn't on the table at the time. You're just being a good friend.
You lose everything you worked for your entire life. But I don't have to tell you what that's like. It really makes me wonder.
Is that good enough for you?
Time you spent in that
my shirt's
arm
off.
and the burden.
I'm back. Sorry.
I'm taking a quick break. I ain't taking a break for shit. Alright, my shirt's off. I didn't hear any
Yeah,
of
that clip.
I was too busy fucking
Mythic
stripping
clip.
for you
Mythic
guys.
pull.
Oh, man.
That's a god pack right there.
Somebody clip that.
You the man now, dog. Sean Connery.
No, one more.
Better be sorry. Yeah, we should be okay. Better be sorry.
Manuela told us everything she knew. When she was 15, she contracted the same fatal disease that her mother had. The Veronica virus was used as a form of treatment.
Veronica.
Consequently, she recovered.
Consequences.
However, the virus can severely damage its host's brain cells and, if incompatible, will take them over. Completely. Even Ashford's researchers were unable to control it. There appears to be no exception to this, outside of Javier's treatment of Manuela. Somehow, he's managed to keep her from turning into a monster.
I thought that was screen tearing for a second. Can I pre-order cutscene? On console?
The girl before it gets too late. It's only a matter of time, Leon. Before she becomes a threat.
Yeah,
Javier knows something.
this does kind of make me want to play,
Transforming. I have to take her.
Dead Space Extraction. That one's really good. I think it's better than both of these, to be honest. And it actually manages to be scary. Like, it's an on-rail shooter that's pretty unsettling.
You're on a special assignment for the president.
And it's it's canon, and it's a prequel to the first one. It works really well.
With your help, I intend.
And you get to use your tools as tools. Like there's parts where you have to use the railgun to leave, like, or the rivet gun. Wait, rivet gun. That's
One of your orders are from the president.
rivet gun.
Then I'm on your side.
Yeah, as an actual, you know.
Let's go.
Time to kick some ass.
Like you use it to like nail boards in.
You sure went all out on security.
Also, I'm gonna check something. It's saved, but I'm genuinely curious on what chapter I'm at. Oh, no. How do I quit? Do I quit?
Door to doors.
Okay. Go to the main menu, and I'll skip the cutscene, but I'm just curious. I think there's 7 chapters for this. I just want to know. Oh, archives. I just want to know where I'm at. A, C, E. Well, fuck you then, man. 4. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 4 left. That is like an hour. Each one's roughly 15 minutes. So I'll be going to bed around 1. Or, no, just do it, Joey. Do it. Weak. Except for the last boss, because that always takes me like 30 minutes.
Manuela told us everything.
Skip.
She was 15. She could.
Yep. Up to 4 or 5 with me. Is that really how long you'll be up?
You sure went all out on security.
I could do that easily, to be honest. But as somebody that works at 8:30, rough. I mean, I've done it. So I wake up some days hating everything.
There's so many.
Yeet! Aw. Ah!
So this is Javier's army, huh?
The sacred snakes.
No, Jay. You stay up till 4 or 5 with me.
Let's use it to our advantage.
Finally, Krauser hit something. The only person whose aim is worse than mine.
There's more of them.
In my defense, this camera does suck dick. So I just did some quick maths. Boom, boom. I just did some quick maths on my Siege account. Yeah, what's up? How much you've spent or how much you've... You remember those gun skins I have that are worth some monies? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. What you got, lad? I checked the marketplace and added it all up. It's over 6,000, dude. That's crazy. Do these things gain money over time? Like, do they just like the longer you wait is like fucking crypto?
They really shouldn't have.
This way. I think there's an underground passage.
That's pretty dope, dude. It fluctuates with the market. Oh shit! Sell it before Ubisoft shuts down.
It's dark in here.
What's Ubisoft stock at? Like, is that really a thing?
What is this? The BOW storeroom? Looks like it.
It goes up and down.
Wait around for inventory. They're coming.
Do not come. Do not come. Yeah, I already sold some, so I have so much in-game currency that I'd never technically have to buy any DLC in the game ever again. Oh, nice. So it translates. They'll let you do that. Now, if I sold my account, that would be different. Oh, wow. Is that something you think you'd ever do?
Let's go. What the?
That's crazy, dude. That's
Let's keep going.
so much monies.
Find this guy.
Where do we go?
Best viewers on my dick.
Let's try this way.
5Gs, maybe. I would. That's some change. Yeah, that's a nice buck right there. God damn it. I'll just flex it. LOL. Yeah, dude, that's bragging rights though. It's like, yo, I had an account that's worth this much. That's not a big deal. I had some dude a long time ago try to buy my account for 50 bucks. Fucking joke. Yeah, can you imagine? He probably knew what it'd be worth one day. He probably bought a shitload of accounts with some stuff on it. Sell so you can buy Switch 2 in almost 3 games. Burn. I refuse to pay that. Especially for like it's like barely a PS4. It's like a launch PS4. That's like I don't like Mario that much, you know what I mean? It feels like a scam. And the fact that the games aren't even on the cartridges, fuck that. Fuck that.
That was close.
Look, a letter.
I have more. I think I might. No.
these guys?
They were my doctors. It's my fault. I made them tell me how they
You killed them, you bitch. It's your fault.
My father.
Everyone's dead because of you. Look what you did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What was that?
Dead? Stay. Watch out! The camera's coming to kill me! Oh shit. Nice. Sweet! Nice, you did the kick. You did the thing. You said the line, Bart. Uh-oh. No, don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. I shot you. Didn't realize it's past my pumpkin time. Must not for me to go to bed. All right, man. We have a great night. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Thank you. Did you guys hear that this time? You guys heard that, right?
Take us there.
I hope you heard that.
What is this?
Yes. Okay. Because it's the first time somebody redeemed it, they couldn't hear it. I had to make a quick change.
More like a
Thank you for the biddies. My ear perked up too. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I added that. Bap. Hey man, brother. Right on, brother. Oh, bloody. Did I tell you I'm gonna be in the commercial for the Raiders? Oh, good night. Peace out, dude.
Leon, look. That's the former researcher from Umbrella. Shit. We needed to question him.
Thank you.
Good to us now. We have
No, you didn't. Yeah. They asked me yesterday, and or Tuesday, and I said yeah. Getting tackled? No. Apparently, it's like they're trying to. I don't know if I can tell you, especially on stream. I'll tell you about it later. Getting tackled would be great, though. I'd be down for that. That'd be funny. Locker room scene? Yeah, basically. It's called Joey Does Dallas. Or no, wait. We're Vegas now. So yeah, Joey Does Vegas. Alright, for reals, good night. Peace out, dude. Have a good one. This Christ game. This game has like legit vom potential for some people, I bet. Like I'm good, but I can absolutely see somebody getting motion sickness in this game.
We need to get out of here.
Okay, I did have another order. Full health, bitch.
I remember these guys.
There's my health.
They're coming right at us.
Fuckers.
okay?
More health, more health.
Yes.
Oh shit. Yes! Yes! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Right on, brother.
What is this?
Sure ain't.
I can shoot everything. Fuck. Music's so dramatic. Uh-oh. And I wish I could upgrade my armor and shit, not just like my weapons. That would be what's up.
What's in there? I got a bad feeling about this.
What are you, a Star Wars? You can't say that.
These are all human organs.
Tight, 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 tight. Oh shit, all the missing chicks.
The missing girls. Manuela.
Manuela.
Her organs must be transplanted regularly.
What are you talking about?
He helps with the pain, keeping the virus at bay.
Fuck the pain away.
That's only for the first 15 years.
If you had just let me die, none of this would have ever happened.
No. I couldn't just watch you die.
I could.
In nature, the predators who prey on others only grow stronger and thrive.
You crazy, selfish old fool!
Motherfucker!
Considering you brought my daughter back, I will grant your death's meaning.
Oh, it's the fish guy. Time for some cheese, baby.
Damn it! How are we supposed to kill it now?
What? Oh, realize I was that low. At least there's checkpoints. Fuck, he's too high up. Do I have a magnum? That'll do. Fuck.
We can climb those! Come on! Hurry!
Coming at yeah!
Catch you now.
Nice. Trying. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, shit. Bars. Bitch has bars.
Our great river will watch you as you dream.
Manuela, get out of here!
Manuela, shut the fuck up!
I'm okay.
Hmm.
I don't know why, but if I sing this song, it would attack me.
Just eats her.
Oh no! Krauser, let's go!
Damn it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit, shit, shit. I'm dead. Yeah. Oops. Alright, let's do it again. Let's go. Also, yeah, let me. Shotgun's useless, but explosive and Magnum.
Didn't we fight this thing back in the village?
Manuela, don't come out! Stay in there!
I'm not entirely sure I'm supposed to be hidden.
Damn it! How are we supposed to kill it now?
Steelix, no! What do you want me to do? The bad guy? Reload, 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 reload! I'll wait for the acid. Oh, maybe...
Let's try taking it down from here! How do you like that?
I legit don't know how to stop that.
Catch you now! Damn it! We've got to take it out!
We need to slow it down somehow.
I skip this. I skip it. I don't care. I'm sick of this. This song sucks.
Our great river will watch you as you dream.
Manuela, get out of here! Manuela, stop singing!
Or she starts shitting herself.
Okay.
Oh no! Krauser, let's
Fuck!
Now, hurry!
Should probably take that dress off. Yeah, I think that would work. You're probably right. Like it's just science. It's like a legit strategy. Stop it. I'm out of cheese. Bro, barely. Look at my health. Stay down. Stay down. He's gonna get back up. I'm looking away. It's like in wrestling. The second you look away, they get fucking just Michael Myers their way back up.
Javier's gone.
We gotta go after him.
She. Krauser, no! Bullshit, I shot that motherfucker up. My bullets didn't do all that. Nice stock monster sound. Classic. Monster screen number 42. I don't know. It's just a flesh wound. That's his penis. Glop, glop, glop. Limp. I got those little rhino pills.
If it means others have to die.
Fuck. Honestly, damn. That was 4. This is 5, 6, 7. I got 3 more. I quit sucking. Grenades back. My shoddy back. And let's go. Nice.
I should have done this sooner, Hilda.
Hilda.
Stupid Americans. You think you can defeat it, don't you? But you forget that when you look into the depths of the abyss, it swallows you whole.
Nice. Evil's so dramatic. Oh, your arm looks like shit, bro.
You lost Javier. We need some air support.
We need air support. Yeah, we do.
Let's go. What the?
More boss fights. Let me just get out of here. Not yet. I'm ill-equipped for more boss fights. Yeah, I really like Nintendo, like GameCube, N64, and Wii, like joysticks, where it's got like the grooves for the directions. A very nice click. You hear that? Damn it! What did I just say? No boss fights right now. Okay. Damn. Oh shit. Yeah. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Probably not. Something behind him. What is that? Nice, I need that. But yeah, it does just say boss. That's pretty good.
Fall back for now and recoup before moving on. Agreed.
Right? There's no name. There's no like. I don't even know this guy's name. Javier.
Looks like this is our only way out.
Javier, Form 2.
What the hell is going on up there?
Sounds almost like Final Fantasy music right now. Oh, dude. So here's the thing. I don't know if you, well, you don't know because, well, maybe you do remember. When the quick times, you don't have to press, you have to press it more than once.
Over there.
It's like mash it like 3 times for it to register. I promise you, I pushed it. I want to start streaming Final Fantasy so bad. I love those games. Like you love Resident Evil. Yeah, I do love Final Fantasy, but I like Resident Evil more. You should, man. But that's gonna be like a huge kind of undertaking. Like all the mainline entries, assuming you're not playing or streaming the MMOs, because that'll, you know, one doesn't simply beat a Final Fantasy MMO. Massive, yeah. Like you probably get to like 1, 2, and 3, 4 in like a month. I give you, because 1 you can probably finish 1 in like a couple days, to be honest. No. Did you stream what, 3 to 4 hours? Sometimes 5. 1's fairly short. But then 2 onward, that's like, yeah, 1's probably like 10ish hours. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like 2 or 3. You can probably finish, at least in like the 16-bit era, in the 8 technically. 1 a week, roughly. But once you get to like 7, that's like a 70-hour game. Done with work. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome back. Is this last boss fight? Operator be dumb sometimes. I believe it. How the fuck am I supposed to kill this thing? Father! My Magnum. And maybe a rocket launcher. I've been explaining what they are doing wrong and they can't seem to figure out why on their side. Yeah, that happens. Like, sometimes you have to save these people from themselves, you know? It's like, how many times did I teach you this lesson, old man? If I was them, I'd explain what you were doing wrong instead. Yeah, sounds about right. Jay would be like, your instructions are mid. I tried to do that. Oh, they tried? Oh, those fuckers. And they do that all the time. Thank you. I really like that one. That's a good redeem, I think. I get an issue and they blame us first. I check the logs and it's their wallet. Oh, I see. Right, so you troubleshooting costs them money?
I choose.
I'm out of Pokemon. Nah, that's whatever. Manuela, no! It costs us money, it's their software that is messing up. I see. That dumb bitch. Well, she's infected with the t-veronica virus. So I don't think she's long for this world anyway. I want to say Operation Javier is canon. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Like, I think the extra ones, like, because the parts that are adapting Code Veronica and 2, like, they're just retellings. But I think the new stuff, like Operation Javier and Umbrella something, whatever they called it in the first. I think those are canon. All right, Manuela. Operation D's nuts on your chin. Thank you. I love it, man. You're on a roll tonight. Oh shit! It's spitting fire. What do you think I'm trying to do, bitch? Fuck. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I wasn't ready for that. No, Manuela, keep it up. Oh no. God damn it. Oh, plant. Oh, fuck, I missed it. This fucking camera is too shaky. I know I sound like a broken record, but Jesus Christ. Also, how many herbs do I have? 2? Yeah, I got 2. All right, I'm good. I think I'm gold. No, keep doing it. Oh yeah, it's not, she's not spitting fire. Her blood is really hot, so it ignites. So she's literally like throwing her blood at the thing. That's how the mechanism works, at least. Bitch. One of these days I'm gonna dodge that. Or Manuela, keep it up! You're doing great! No more. Oh, you're spitting fire. I think it's my bad. Do I have any better weapons? Oh, the Magnum. Let me try that. Alright, 1 more, 2 more. Ah, cool, evil laugh. Looks like a Muppet. Yeah! I love that shit! Hell yeah!
What is this? What's happening? My body. Veronica, it's consuming me.
Well, the Doi son, that's what we've been telling you. No me gusta!
The virus is taking over.
Yo quiero Taco Bell! ¿Qué hora es? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¡Un forastero! What the fuck? I want quesadillas! Fuck. God damn. God damn! Do I have a spray? Fuck! No. Okay, back quit sucking. Why'd you sound like a boo? He sounds like a boo. Fuck him up, Manuela! Help! Also, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I do. All right. That won't reach. That won't reach. Oh, fuck. Suck it! Gotcha, buddy. Oh, and for the fucking face. Oh, actually? No more! Quit sucking, noob. JK, I loves you, bitch. Full homo. I love you too, full homo. But I will get my shotgun, actually. Sorry. Just want to get close. I'm no homo, but my dad taught me $20 is $20. Every man has a price. Did I win? Or is there more? There's probably more. I don't think I'm done. Hey, helicopter! Am I done? I thought there was more than that. Speaking of that, where's Cyber been lately? Cyber had a very busy week. And he's having computer problems. His I think he's checking a cable that leads to his CPU or the PSU. I want to say something like that. I think he's having power supply issues. He either text me PSU or CPU. I think it was PSU, but that's where he's been troubleshooting, which sucks. And then because she's pretty, she just dissolves. Yep. How come the hot ones never go? He's like.
Why did Manuela never lose her conscience?
She was compatible.
Was it something genetic? Or was she sustained by this land that's so rich with life? The virus continues to grow, altering its form, strengthening perpetually, until the day it can be destroyed. In our bodies, in our souls.
Darkness! Impersonate me! Yay! I win! Oh yeah! Jay, do you want to see the beginning of Dead Space Extraction? Oh yeah, Mario time. Wait, what? Sure, I'm still here. Alright, cool. Vegetarian. Secret game, secret mode has been unlocked. So core, mercenary, prototype. Damn. Caucasus? Is that what J is? What's secret? Oh, no. I don't want to do secret, actually. No, these are dumb. These are just like shooting galleries. Which, I get it. Yeah, I'm not. I know exactly what this is. I'm not doing it. Let me out. Let me the fuck out. Game's over. Here, you want to check out my 100% legally obtained ROM hacks? or ROMs. Yeah, I'll play this for. I should stop playing. I should go to bed, but you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Let's see, I got a bunch of shit in here, but let's go all the way to the D. Broke. Space. That's a. This is quite good. Rowdy, go to sleep. You're gonna regret it tomorrow. Hold on, let me do a couple chapters. It'll be okay. I'll go to bed at 2. Thank you, though. I thought you went to bed. How are you doing? You feeling any better? Scraggy doesn't know how to sleep right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Deadwolf knows. My sleep schedule's been broken since like, what, 2009? My head was hurting, but it's okay now. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. New profile. Okay. See. You fixed it a little recently. I did, and I had some time off, and I stay up late, and it's broken again. My sleep schedule! It's broken! No, I'll go to bed soon. I just wanted to play a little bit of this. Mine's fucked right now. Don't ever sleep. I'd rather not. Actually, dude, you had like the best sleep schedule of anybody I know, Deadwolf. What happened? Gameplay settings, whole, yeah, whole. Reticle assist? Yeah, keep that shit off. Wait, it's on? Okay, it's off. Pointer sensitivity, yeah. Work, oh, yeah, that'll do it. Me too. And other teams in different time zone. Fuck. Camera shake? At least there's a setting. Oh. Fucking over camera shake. I like my subtitles. No, we zapper. On Aegis 7, Sam Caldwell and a crew of engineers are ready to extract an artifact uncovered during the planet cracking preparations. The Showfield Tools rivet gun is a precision. Oh. I know what it is. So I'm normal, baby, because I'm just a normal guy. Hit me up if you need a third for Night Rain. I need people to play it with. I might know somebody who's down. It's just not on your schedule. It would be like evenings. I will. It's nice. I will for sure play more than we did on Lords. Oh, oh yeah, you guys played like what, like one session?
Sorry, Lexine, I was next to the recharging station. Are you calling about tonight?
No.
Not even? Oh.
Surprise. I'm mad at you, Sam Caldwell.
Why?
Because you somehow forgot to tell me what you're doing today.
It's just a routine excavation.
Routine? You're extracting a...
Nova is the one who told me to play it, so I beat it. And he played like an hour?
Did you know he's a unit?
Yeah, Deadwolf and Solid did the same thing for me with,
Anyway, we don't know if it's a marker or just a big rock.
Fuck. Freedom
That's
Wars.
why we're doing this, so the boffins can study it.
Played 3.5.
Sam Caldwell, if you had an imagination, you'd be dangerous.
We'll see about that tonight.
Ooh, I look forward to it. Gotta go, honey. I love you.
I love you too. Later.
Hi, baby. Hi, Freedom Wars on my wish list. I haven't pulled the trigger. I see that it's getting mixed reviews, but what my understanding is the reviews come because it's like it's just a remaster, like they didn't really add anything. And I'm like, that's fine. Freedom Wars was fine. That's about what I expected, to be honest.
Sam, come on. Get suited up quick, or the only
How do you reload?
with an overtime sheet.
How do I reload? Oh, that's how I reload.
Lexine's already mad at me. She'd kill me if I bailed on her.
Well, everyone else is standing by. All we're waiting for is you, so don't expect me to make excuses if we're still working.
Hi, Freedom Wars. Oh. I don't know if that was a new comment. Yeah, this was a pretty well done Unreal shooter. I think this one is better than both of those Resident Evil games.
Come on, hurry up. All right, let's get this done.
Oh shit. Wait.
Sam, is your helmet secure? Sterling, this is Cooper. We're already at the site. Where the hell are you guys?
Yeah, we're on our way, boss. Be there in a minute. You seen that vidlog of the marker that's going around? Looks just like the one back on Earth. Just like the one the unitologists claim is back on Earth, you mean? And there's one big difference. Earth is Earth. Whereas this beautiful place we call Aegis 7 is nothing but a ball of space rock. I mean, come on, what are the odds?
Didn't I turn subtitles on? Oh shit.
There it is. It's bigger than I imagined.
That's what she said.
About time. Give Banks a hand fixing up the track and loader.
All three of us.
Damn straight. If this thing gets so much to scratch, Chief Barrow will have us all scrubbing air vents.
Do I have? Okay, I do. Oh, rig. Oh, see, I thought I had my plasma cutter. Plasma cutter is like the best weapon in the entire franchise.
Hey, Banks, what do you need?
The wind's blown out some of the track we laid. Rivet it back into place and get it tight.
That thing's gotta be man-made.
Hurry up. Cooper's already pissed off that we're late.
Copy that. I'm right behind you, Sterling.
Yeah, I'll just do one chapter and then I'll call it.
Guess all that target practice paid off, huh?
2 chapters. We'll see.
Good job. Now get the loader's arms in position. One of you TK it, the
I
other
mean,
two rivet the joints.
the show must go on, right? The audience gets what the audience wants.
What's your aim? I don't want to end up on crutches like Matthews.
What? Oh. Oh. See, I'm used to fucking wiggling it to reload now.
Central to Caldwell. Those joints need to stay tight. Hold your rivet gun sideways. Right in the hole. Nice job.
Nice work. All right, Sterling, Egan, get the loader in position by the marker. Caldwell, you finish the job.
On it, boss. All right, Egan, let's get this thing on board.
Yeah.
Lexine's right. Leon would flip if he saw this.
Steady your hand there, Sam.
I got it. Almost there.
Looking good. Counterbalance is stable, gyros online. Ready for load. Stand by. I'm starting to 5 down.
The lore of Dead Space is just so cool.
3, 2, 1, mark.
There's also a few really good books based on Dead Space. It's Martyr, Contagion? Those are the C, the other one. Contamination, something like that. And then I never read the book, or the comic that came out around the time 3 did. Collapse. Oh, Prolapse!
Come on, guys. We gotta get a move on.
Actually, I have them on my bookshelf right there. He's not turning a chin. D's is actually a comic, but good guess.
Shit. The flash must have knocked out comms too.
Say what? Oh.
Can't see a thing.
I read that way too fast. I thought I said press that to adjust your view, and I was like, what?
Storage chamber. We can use them.
You were right. I found a glowworm.
All this tech, and we still have to use fucking glow sticks.
We should grab some supplies before we head down. Airlocks are engaged. We should be fine now.
Shit. Sounds like someone's in trouble. Hold on!
Wait a second. We don't know what's going on in there.
What the fuck? What in God's name are you doing? Get off him! Jacob, stop! I'll shoot you. You know these rivet guns pack a punch. Shit! Help me! He's out of his mind. Sterling!
Sterling, no.
Oh man, I can't believe this.
Sam, get that rock saw. We may need it. Jesus Christ, we just killed someone.
We don't have time to think about that.
Please switch.
Don't fix that tether fast. We'll all be dead. Move! Look out! More of them!
They've all gone fucking crazy.
Oh, I see. They do like the Gears of War reload. That's right. There is a way to melee, I just don't remember how to do it. Select? Oh no, that's status. Select, it's minus. 1 and 2, what does 1 and 2 do? Nothing.
Up ahead. You guys see that?
It's blocked. Looks like they had problems down here before.
This is a bad idea. We shouldn't have come this way.
Sam, calm down. Cut that security line. Use that rock saw you picked up.
Teach me. Oh.
Coming through.
Lexine?
Oh, that my worm light still? No?
They must have put this here to stop people coming up.
Can't believe we're doing this.
Stop! Don't do this!
Do it! Do this! That damn, brother! Nice low disguise. Nice try at least. I played through this on PS3, so it looked better. And I don't even think it loaded like that.
Hang in there, Egan. We're almost there.
Like a proper man 720.
There it is. Over there.
It's coming, man. It's calling us.
Quiet.
Do not come.
Hear that?
Do not come. These nuts look better than your shit.
Someone's trapped in there.
Got
Check
it.
it out and meet you in the gravity tether room. Go.
It's death, Sam. Can't you see it? It needs our help.
God damn.
Egan,
That's pretty good.
What the hell are you talking about? Get a grip.
But Zachenko.
Got these nuts on your chin?
I know. But you saw what happened in there. It's like it wasn't really him.
I've done so many digi battles. Nice. Now we need a row battle. That's what we need to do.
Plasma cutter too.
Yeah, the best weapon. Best weapon.
It's all wrong.
Stick? Okay.
Come on, Egan. I don't want to waste any more time down here.
We still have models. Oh, yeah. Too close. Ah.
Shit. No. Damn it.
Not the rivet gun.
Get off of me! Gosh, what the fuck's going on?
I can force battles and not move its peak.
You okay?
I don't know what that means.
Needs us.
Like you can just trigger a random encounter
Let's just do
without winding around. Is that what you're saying?
Look out! There's more!
Shit!
Yeah. Oh, nice. Reload.
You don't understand.
This game fucks. This is the new Digimon, right? Like the new story? Or is it Digimon Cyber Story something? I forget. It's not Sleuth. What is it?
You can't fight it.
I forget what this one's called. Get off me! Hacker's Memory? Oh! Yeah, that was like a weird sequel expansion to the original Cyber Story Sleuth, right? Like, I think they even sell it,
Oh god, Egan.
being a Cyber Sleuth too. Yeah, I think, those are bundled together, right? I'm in deep. These nuts are in deep on your chin. Played it first on Vita. Nice.
Bad's happened.
Yeah, because there's a new Digimon game out. I thought that's what you were playing.
Everyone down here, they're trying to kill us. Egan's gone.
You're breaking up. I can barely hear you. Just get
No, not out yet. Oh, I thought it was. My bad.
What's going on? Back off! Are you okay?
Unless I missed it. Probably. I don't know. I just remember seeing that there was one at least on the way. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I guess that's it. There's for sure is one on the way. Okay.
Hold it together. Damn it.
You stasis.
Central to Caldwell. Stasis modules are standard equipment for all Megavent personnel. I know you haven't been trained in it, but if you find one, it could come in handy.
There. Perfect. Okay. Just need to stasis it at the right moment.
See? Yeah. Oh, at the right moment.
Okay, I can do this.
It might be parallel, another parallel to these ones. Okay, maybe. I need to look it up. I'll look it up after stream. I'm going to bed like a good boy after this.
Comms are screwed out here. The job with the tether. Systems are stable again. We're en route to storage with a marker. Meet us there, okay?
Copy that. Caldwell out. Get out of my head.
Out of my dreams. Get into my car. I did get it. Cool, cool, cool.
Sam? Are you okay?
Lexine, God, it's good to hear you. Things are pretty bad right now.
No. I mean, did you hear? Some unitologists just killed themselves in Union Square. There are pictures.
Make us whole. Make us whole.
People are flipping out all over the colony. We've been attacked and Egan went crazy. I killed him, Lex.
You... Sam? Say that again.
I fucked him up.
I killed Egan. I had no choice. He tried to kill me.
I'm scared. Somebody just told me some sectors are losing oxygen too.
Hold on. That could be from the blast. The life support power room isn't far from here.
You think that's what's wrong with the oxygen?
Just hold tight, baby. I'll fix it, I promise. No! Stay away from me!
Sick.
Life support is through here.
Now entering zero gravity. Warning, colony life support systems offline.
There it is. Hope the anti-grav still works.
Works like it does in Dead Space 1.
There. Almost got it.
I totally hit that red part. Thanks, game.
Now leaving zero gravity.
Sam, you did it! The air's cycling again. When are you getting back?
I'm on my way, baby. Don't worry. Can't seem to focus.
Why'd you kill me? I'm not a monster.
Sam! Sam, what's the matter?
Nothing. It's all right.
It's alright, babe.
Stay out of sight, okay?
Be careful.
Don't even trip, dog.
I love you.
Love you too.
What the hell?
This nigga tripping. I'll be honest, I forgot I had the worm light.
Hello? Who's there?
Here's the answer, Sam. You'll see. We can't stop it.
Oh, Sterling. Oh God, I thought you were... I've got to get out of here. Back to Lexine. We have to stop.
Sterling, no.
Is this even real? We're not going to die!
Oh. Oh, there's health over there. Oh, I got it. Cool.
No, leave me alone! I have to get to Lexine, do you hear me? She needs my help! No. Lexine. Help me. What? You're not...
Hostile is down. Repeat. Hostile is down. Good shot, sir.
Shooting one of your own is never good. He's not even packing a gun.
You're shitting me. This is the guy that slaughtered his entire crew.
Why'd you do it, son? All these people never did anything to hurt you.
Lex.
They was people all along.
Call Commander James and get Doc Scirella down here.
He's gonna have a busy day.
Sam, I love you.
Tight, tight, tight. Alright, that's it. That's all you get fuckers get. I got to go. I got to go. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this off. Then I'm going to move the mic over here too so you guys can hear me. No, keep going. It was pretty good though, wasn't it? I think it's a good intro. Did you like what you saw? It gets better. It gets a lot more intense. No, I have to go to bed. It's Friday. I might play a little bit of this before my RE6 stream with Lemon, but if I start that soon enough, we're done with Resident Evil 6. Looks pretty good. It's pretty good. The PS3 version is significantly better, so if you can get PCSX3, is that what it's called? The PS3 emulator working? Go that route. It looks way better. I would actually be playing the PS3 version if the Move camera let me be as close to the sensor as the Wii does, you know? Last time I tried it, it just wouldn't register it. Unless I just change my setup, move the table out of the way, which I ain't doing that. But, oh yeah. I like it. I'll definitely probably play a bit more of that. But in the meantime... Hey, do you want to? Do you guys want to watch? Oh, this is Final Fantasy Rebirth. Oh, dude, do you guys want to see a really cool VTuber? Her name's Lovely Montana. Me and Lemon are big fans. She's playing Resident Evil 2 right now. I think the OG. There's that. Jason Bourne's playing Elden Ring. Oh, do I watch Xenogears? Let's watch Xenogears. Let's raid that. OG, yeah. Kenji's cool. He's a DJ. You guys will like him. Tell him Shat sent you. But he'll know because I'm rating him right now. Alright, guys. You guys have... Hold on, let me see how to spell it. Let me copy and paste it. Alright, I gotta go to bed. But yeah. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Raid has begun. It has begun. Bye. Peace out, brother. Right on, brother. All right. Bye.